Hello. Alright. Finally, the advertisement is done! I don't know why the advertisement doesn't just, go off, like, what on the dot. 1 minute after I start streaming, it should start, like, doing the whole, like, oh, hey, welcome to the, like, do the advertisement for, like, the next 3 minutes and all that kind of such. For whatever reason, it doesn't do that. Hey! Het! How dare you steal my shirt so soon into the stream? Also, hi there, Lysandra Husky. Husky, welcome to this stream. Hopefully you're doing alright. Welcome, welcome. Oh wait, no, that's not the thing I want to desynthesize. I want to desynthesize. By the way, I'm already into Final Fantasy XIV. Look at me. I'm already in here. It was an ad for BK. Fast food ads are torture for you. Because the moment since you've been on a diet. Oh my goodness, Benru, you've been on a diet? Damn! What kind of diet? Is it like one of those 5-2 diets where it's supposed to be like a bit of a lifestyle kind of change, or is it like one of those juice cleanse diets where they only really want you doing it for like, like 2 weeks or something real short? Also, hi there, Violet Skies. Welcome to the stream. Welcome, welcome. Let's see. If I didn't do it, someone else probably will. Actually, you know what I need to do? You know what I need to do? I need to do a thing. I'm going to do it, chat. I'm going to do the what's-mahoozies. Where's my actions? Where's the shirt? Alright, so we got the shirt be alright, so we got the timed action, which is topless. Alright, so we got the redeem. And what we're gonna do is I'm going to add... How much does the shirt redeem cost right now? Platform, channel points. Where's my shirt? Stolen shirt, 750 points. Alright, here's what's gonna happen, alright? First things first. Start stream. So the stream start alert, we are going to, where is it? Core, no, Twitch, sorry. Twitch, rewards, set cost, where's the stolen shirt? Stolen shirt. Here's what I'm gonna do for you, chat. I'm gonna make it so that the stolen shirt in future will only cost, the phrase you're looking for is cover them up, slut. No. Absolutely not. I've already removed the nipple colors. I cannot go any further, otherwise the sex appeal is gone. No one wants boobs without nipples, okay? There has to be at least something. Any whoosies. I'm gonna make it so that the stolen shirt is gonna be 500 points in future streams, but... let's see, so the shirt be gone. Okay, shirt off, stolen shirt. Here's what's gonna happen. The next time, set cost... The next time, we're gonna add, do we want to do a multiplication, or do we want to do an addition? It's very tempting to do we could probably do a small, like, can we do like a decimal point multiplication? Actually, probably not. It would probably have a bit of a hissy fit. So here's what we're gonna do. Every time you hit the redeem, it's gonna increase in cost. That's what's gonna happen. It's gonna increase the cost, it's gonna play a sound, it's gonna take my shirt, and then it's gonna start a thingy-majiggy, and then I'm gonna... Yep, cool. Awesome. Excuse me, neck. I told you this, Lo. I'm cutting for gym, so low carbs, just fruit, veggies, and protein. Nice. Awesome. Alrighty, ding. Dong. Ow! What are you doing? Sky! Also, I need to turn off the background music and leave the Twitch one. Or turn off the Twitch music and leave the background music that the game is playing. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Also, hi there. You just need to put shirt on Hitbull. Hippie. Hipples. Alright, so, what else? Level 79, desynthesize that. Desynthesize that. And desynthesize that. That way we have like a little bit more room for all the different earrings we could possibly hold and what have you, because yeah, I don't have a lot of free slots in a lot of these different things. I'm gonna be real with you, chat. I've been hoarding some inventory. Oh my goodness, I am almost out of space because of all these fucking gloves. Holy shit. Ah. Augmented Radiant Gauntlets. Palakas. I want to keep the Palakas. I'm going to get rid of these. I'm going to get rid of those boys. And then the Hydrarillum, I don't know if I can get rid of the Hydrarillum. Maybe? Who knows? Farlanders. Yeah, we can just synthesize those ones. We got to keep the Adepts. Skin, healing. I want to keep the Palaka stuff, because the Palaka gear looks cool. The Palaka... Oh. Oh, well, they're going off doing their own thing. Alrighty, then. I have my own places to be. Let's do random. Jump. We're still in... blah, 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 blah. Brain. Think. We are still in patch 6.4. I'd love to join, but I can't go to any other North America data centers besides Dynamis. Yeah. I have not attempted... Because I think they've turned off data center travel as well. So I can't go down to... I can't go down to the Oceania server, so that's a little bit unfortunate for me, because... I like that, you know, everyone could go to the Oceania server, because what that means is that in the past, I saw this with a fishing event, they made it so that instead of having the fishing event, even though people were predominantly from the US or England, they made it so that the fishing event was hosted in the Oceania server. So then that way, whether or not you had a character in the, I thought you could go to the OC, I think they've temporarily stopped it. Also, let me just have a quick get into the style of things. There we go. Alrighty. You got your Sage level 100. Nice work! Good. I can't give thumbs up still because the thumbs are broken, but nice work! I still... my highest character is still only level 90 right now, between the Warrior, the Paladin, and the Gunbreaker. Off stream, or if I'm not working, really, is the translation, because I've been streaming every night so far this week. I'm going to be trying to increase my Dark Knights level, so it gets up to level 90 as well, so... Hopefully that will happen. Hoarding is new obsession, and never happens. I am not a hoarder. I try not to be. Here it is, Senatus, a temporary refuge for political dignitaries, hence the tight security. I am given to understand that outsiders are not normally permitted so much as a glimpse inside. We should consider ourselves fortunate to be given this opportunity. I hope it will be worth the trouble. As do I, Zero. As do I. Do we want to enter Senatus? Yes, we do. Send it. Send us to the Senate. The Senate will judge you for that. I am the Senate. Another train station. Cool. To begin, I propose we split up and ask the residents for their views on the Islabar contingent and current state of affairs. We should also do well to learn more about this enclave itself. Should you observe anything of note, pray keep it in mind. It is through open heart and open mind that I believe we may yet convince their leaders to work with us for the greater good. The greater good. Also, hi there, Wild Saber. You a nerd. You a nerd. Alrighty, so we talked to Pelagia. You want to know what I think? I'm a soldier. I try not to think about politics at all. I'll say this much. Our leaders labor to preserve our culture, our way of life. What remains of it, at any rate, I trust them to do what's best for Garlemald. That's not a great take. Just because you're a soldier doesn't mean you should be immune from political intrigue. The stockpile of assorted supplies bears markings indicating they were provided by the Isobar contingent. The Enclave is clearly reliant upon the Alliance for aid. Aha, 18%. You now have Dark and Darker and you're getting your face stomped in? Nerd! They're playing a D&D game! Ooh, a barrel. Oh, didn't I get them these barrels? 2% isn't really high, but nice try. You recognize the large cast as the very same you and your comrades used to transport Ceruleum from Lapis Manalis. Why they are in Anatus is unclear. It sounds to me... I'm gonna be real. I don't like the sounds that we've all... like... First few steps in here, a soldier telling us they don't really follow the politics and they're just hoping that the political parties are just gonna do right by Garlemald, and yet we've received the supplies of Ilzabad over in the corner and the Ceruleum containers that we just got. Most of and all of this within a legion of dignitaries that don't really want us here. I smell some hypocrisy! Hypocrisy! Ain't the zebra playing an MMO nerd too? Absolutely fucking not. I am clearly playing a furry simulator. Look at this. Look at this furry simulator. Haven't you been on TikTok and the Twitters? Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG, is just a furry simulator, okay? You have your options of bunny, you have your options of, bunny, or, cat lady, or cat boy, or lion lady, or lion boy, or dragon lady, or dragon boy, and then you can be, a normie human. And then there's, the Lalafell players. We shouldn't go any further about the Lalafell players, but this is a furry simulator is what this is. Everything we do here... You have the possibility of, doing furry things, okay? You can dress up, you can roleplay, you can go into dungeons, you can call people slurs, but then you'll get banned. You have all kinds of options available for you in the furry simulator. How do I feel about the contingent? Conflicted, to say the least. I've been tasked with the distribution of supplies, and I know as well as any that we couldn't survive without outside aid. Be that as it may, even though the Empire has collapsed, we have our pride. People don't want to be beholden to others forever, and there's no denying that it chafes to see our benefactors occupying the Imperial Palace. I don't think we were occupying the Imperial Palace, but we are around it. We're close by. Oh my god. The damage to the city is even more expensive than we thought. What do you think is happening here, Zero? The furnishings are quite lavish. I am reminded of Troya. They are very, funky. Ooh, is that a mannequin? No, that was just sacks. I heard they are moving the hippos overseas. Wait, what hippos? You can have mods get you banned if you talk about it too much. we don't talk about any of that sort of stuff. Very, very quietly. Hippocracy. Still not following. Also, hi there, Davy Boy. I didn't realize it was Davy Boy that was, like, still calling me an MMO nerd. But yeah, Davy Boy, this is a furry simulator, right? Finished touring the Enclave, have you? What were you able to learn? Much the same as me, then. They accepted the contingent's help out of necessity and harbor a measure of resentment. They have only themselves to blame. If they don't like the bargain, they should reject it. How many times must I tell you? It's absolutely out of the question. Oh, hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. That took me a good minute. What's going on? We were wondering the very same. We came running when we heard shouting. Is aught the matter? No, I was just trying to explain... mayhap you can clear this up. The contingent has made a reasonable request, but this man insists that it's impossible. It concerns the Magitech weapons, which run rampant throughout Regio Urbanissima. I'm guessing this is talking about, like, some sort of urban district. Every time we deliver supplies here, we have to dispatch extra men to defend against potential attacks. To address the issue once and for all, we've proposed the elimination of all machina that loiter near the supply route. But you heard him. They refuse to even consider it. The magistrates have already spoken on this matter. Rampant or no, those war machinima are Garlean assets. Furthermore, who is to say they're as dangerous as you attest? It's been suggested that this could be a pretense to scavenge magic material for your own ends, and I know not if that is the case, but the fact remains, we cannot allow you to destroy them. More speculation by the magistrates, I presume. Ridiculous, but they have spoken, and unless we want to inflame tensions further, there's naught we can do. How complicated relations become when not grounded in a clear and equitable arrangement. That is true. An equitable arrangement, of course! Well, do I understand the difficulty of your position. As a soldier, you must do your duty and obey your superiors. I have an idea, but I must first speak with Commander Lucia. May I take charge of this matter? By all means. You heard your name while you were cleaning, Davy Boy? Yes, you did, Davy Boy. Question for you, Davy Boy. Are you listening to me, Davy Boy? I hope you are listening to me, Davy Boy. Question time. Do you think Final Fantasy XIV, the critically MMO RPG, is a furry simulator? Let us return to Camp Broken Glass, where we might discuss a solution I believe will satisfy all parties. Alright, are we just... Oh, okay, we have to, like, walk out of here, and then I can teleport back to Camp Broken. Or, nah, I'll just fly. No need to waste monies. There is no necessity of wasting money when there's just an opportunity to fly. Watch this. See how I turn? Like, look at this. See it? I love how my character leans when I'm doing, like, the turns. It would be cool if he, like, you know, brought his knee out, but I guess that's, you know, there's limits to, what we can ask the animators to do while on a mount like this. Look at this. I'd be an absolutely terrible, motorcyclist with behaviors like this, just going... Alright. Wait, can I frighten people while I'm doing that thing? Interesting that it gives me the emote options while I'm like... Touchdown. Ah. Is this a... Welcome back, all of you. I pray there have been positive developments in your efforts to appeal to the Garlean community. Mayhap not yet, but there is a method by which I believe all stand to gain. As Satrap, I intend to propose a trade agreement between Razad Han and the people of Garlemald. Please, continue. The people of this nation have lived through its collapse and more, yet they have chosen to remain, for it is their home. That they have been able to survive thus far is thanks to the Isabad contingent, or rather, in less flattening terms, they are entirely at your mercy. Despite your noble intentions, this one-sided relationship has fueled feelings of frustration and resentment. 'Tis no surprise that there are some Garlemald who are loath to engage with foreigners, for fear of indebting themselves further, or surrendering more of their already limited autonomy. That is why I wish to present to them with an equitable agreement, one that would restore them to a sense of agency after having been forced to rely upon charity. Easier said than done. What exactly do you have in mind? Long have Garlemald and Razad Han abided by a treaty of non-interference. Freely have we traded with one another, and I wish but to continue in this tradition. We would provide your people with such supplies as you require, in return for which you would grant us leave to use the Tower of Babel, as well as share your Magitech resources and expertise. As we become more reliant upon your technologies, we will of course require more ceruleum to fuel them. This you possess in abundance, and for it you will be duly compensated. Razad Han's culture will be enriched by your Magitech wonders, and our ever-increasing demand for your wares will see Garlem and Grull wealthy and prosperous. Only when both sides keep the interests of the others in mind can an equitable relationship be forged. 'Tis a principle I had once thought I understood, but have come to appreciate all the more in recent days, thanks to the sage counsel of a friend from beyond the rift. She's shocked. But honestly, that is actually probably a really good way to do this. Your Excellency, thank you for your careful consideration of Garlemald's future. Though I cannot speak for every Garlean, I myself see no reason to object to your proposal. Indeed, if Razad Han were to take the initiative, other nations may follow suit and seek to normalize trade relations with us. If you see the sense in my proposal, then I ask you to join me in the negotiations at Tertium. Your support may be instrumental in winning over Lord Gnaeus and Matthias. By all means, go with them. I have matters here well in hand. Dun, do, 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 do. I have learned all that I may regard the tower's operation, so I too shall hire me to Tertium. That one was a bit of a weirdy one to read, I'm gonna be real with you. I wasn't doing that one too well, so... But, moving on. Damn. Damn, son, where'd you find that? Oh, nice, he literally just dropped out from one place to another. Dun, 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 dun. Obviously it wasn't a lot, but I still provided assistance. No doubt they're doing... Because here's the thing, is that, where is it? Here it is. Shared Fate. I have not gone very... Oh, I already got a rank 2 in Garlemald. Cool. So I need to get rank 2 in Labyrinthos, Mare Latorum, Elpis, and I need to do one more in the Ultima Thule. I think there's also, like, a fate that can give me, like, a mount in Ultima Thule as well, but it takes, like, 3 mounts in order to get through it or something like that, so I'm gonna need to work on that. Because of the setup of this area, we're gonna have to... Oh. Look at this. That's a Mikote. Lavide Delphine. There we go. Let's see what he thinks of our trade agreement negotiations. A crowd you might have brought, but numbers will not intimidate us. The Tower of Babel is ours by right, and nothing you do will convince us otherwise. Rest assured, it is not our intent to infringe upon the rights of the people of Garlemald. Let us instead discuss the future. As the Satrap of Razathan, I wish to establish a new trade agreement between our nations. If only it were that simple. The aid we presently receive will not last forever, my lords. Sooner or later, we must stand on our own 2 feet. But to do so, we must secure a means to replenish our coffers, and the proposed agreement presenting a... And the proposed agreement presents a rare opportunity. 'Tis true we do not want for Magitech and Ceruleum, and foreign currency will be needed to procure such things as we lack. It would depend on the precise terms, but I can see the merit. What? I can't believe what I'm hearing. You served the Emperor, were a proud patriot, and yet now you entertain selling national resources like a common merchant? Like you, I weep for what we have lost, but if we are to rebuild Garlemald, we must make use of what precious few assets remain to us. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. You are a traitor, Gnaeus, and there will be a reckoning. Oh yes, when the people of Senatus learn of this, they will cry out for your blood. Lord Metius, wait! It isn't safe out there! I am going to fucking laugh if Lord Metius, like the next mission is like, oh, we gotta help out Lord Metius, because Lord Metius is an idiot and saw a Magitech, like, weapon, and it was just like, ah, away with you! Ooh, Garlean pizza. It's far too dangerous for a civilian to be outside alone. We must go after Lord Metius. Let us leave matters here in Maxima's care while the rest of us join in the search. If Lord Metius is bound for Senatus, we may be able to catch up to him in Rio Urbanissima. I pray he has not come to any harm. Dun, 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 dun. Primal Rend. It's okay, citizen. I am here to save you. Hi. Allow me to help you, Matthias. Oh, I'm alive. He better be fucking grateful.
Praise the sisters, you are safe.
Yay. Praise the sisters.
Don't think I'm indebted to you. I never asked for your help.
Oh, you're one of those.
You love Garlemald dearly, Lord Metius. That much is plain. But you're not alone in that.
I should hope so.
We all mourn what has become of our homeland. Bristle at having to rely upon outsiders simply to survive the cold. Even now, I struggle with fear and uncertainty. Day after day, I ask myself, what is right? Where do we go from here? I've yet to find the answers. But I won't stop looking nonetheless. And I won't avert my gaze from our grim reality.
Is there hope for us?
Maybe. One day.
Aye. So long as we live. Garlemald lies in ruins, but the bonds between us will never be broken. We are the chain that connects generations past and future. You and I, it's links. Help us, Lord Metius, for all we have been and for what we may yet become. Please.
To be lectured by the younger, it ill becomes a man of my station.
Ugh.
I will rejoin the talks at Tertium. Might I trouble you to escort me? Ere we part,
Patriotic
I
as fuck.
apologize for my discourtesy. I owe you my life, and I thank you.
Not to worry. Look at him.
Euless, wait. I'd like a word. With you as well. I'm to stay close, after all.
Worry not, we shall see the magistrate safely back to Tertium.
Okay, I got something weird happening on my PC where voice mod is like starting and stopping again, like repetitiously, and it's honestly like it's irking me. I do not understand why it's like having such a...
You bound that man with trust, didn't you? That's why he did not require coercion to return.
Welcome back, Lysandre. The chat has been so quiet without you. You were the life of the party. How was it?
Shall we walk, perhaps? Chilly, standing around here.
Get the blood flowing.
So that's how Zero came to join you. Still,
Talking
I'm
as
not
if
sure
Zero
I'm
ain't
qualified
there.
to explain something like trust. I wouldn't describe myself as a sociable person.
Yeah.
Before all this, any free time I had, I spent looking after my brother and sister.
He was just heating up some food? Oh, nice.
As for the magistrate, I only told him what's been on my mind of late. But I wouldn't have done so, I think, if it weren't for the twins' influence.
He means Alphino and Alizair.
Trust is infectious, in a manner of speaking. When someone believes in you, it makes you want to believe in them, in others, in yourself.
Nice.
Perhaps it's because the magistrate felt that earnestness that he gave us a chance. As I did after
You got
I was
yourself
caught
some
trying to
leftover
steal provisions
Kahlua
from
pig and
the
rice?
enemy.
Wait, Kahlua is a... I didn't know
Comes
Kahlua
in
was a
such
pig.
company.
Hang on a second. Hang on just a fucking blatant moment. Ding. I need a screenshot that.
The world is devoid of it.
Hang on a
No
second.
one trusts in you, and so you trust in no one.
I need to send this to
And
Kahlua.
round the wheel turns.
Bong. At Kahlua.
During the Contra Memoria, we had already come to judge one another based on strength and usefulness. You either used or were used. Those who rejected this rule didn't survive. My mother wanted to save the world, to fulfill the hopes of Memoria's good and true. After she died, I carried on.
Kahlua is not a pig, by the by. The Kahlua that I'm thinking of, or aka Gucci Feline, that is actually they're actually a lion. So, but like,
Almost.
yeah, it just made me laugh.
Two men tried just the once. A swordsman and a mage, whom I met when passing through a village. They had saved the people there from corrupted Memoriates. When they learned our enemies were the same, they seemed heartened. They claimed to be soldiers of a kingdom called Baron, and were traveling the realm in search of a means to end the Contra Memoria. They invited me to join them. I refused. How could I not, having learned the lessons of my world? Those who would work with others always have their own motives. I would not place myself at their mercy. I would not be forced to submit. I expected some manner of outburst, some show of frustration at having failed to deceive me. But they simply watched me walk away. I didn't know what to make of it then, but now... Perhaps they shared a bond of trust. Perhaps they were the last ones left who dared. Perhaps they hoped I was like them too. Perhaps it was just an offer, and nothing more. I continued fighting alone. But ultimately, I was undone, overwhelmed by enemies that had banded together. I was cold, in pain, wishing desperately that someone would save me. And as I lay there in solitude, I felt it happen. The breaking of our world. Darkness washed over me, and I was swept into the rift. When I finally managed to return, it was to a world forever transformed. My home, now filled with abominations. I had a chance to learn about trust, and forsook it. I never had the power to save my home single-handed. I should have accepted their invitation. Had I joined them as I've joined you, I might not have had to face the end.
If we could meet up on one of the Dynamis' servers, we'd be nice to help out with MSQ. I'm going at this at a fairly good pace, I would say. I'm not having too
But it's
big
all
of a
history now.
big of a problem.
No amount of reflection or regret.
Ow, Jesus.
Whatever may have happened in the past, you're still here, Zero. Alive.
Mm-hmm.
So long as you're alive, there will always be hope, no matter how bad things get. What you couldn't do yesterday, you might still do today. Think about it. It's plain that you've forged bonds with those around you. If you didn't feel that in some sense, would you have risked your life as you did for a meager ration of boots? I trust you too, for what it's worth.
Here it is again.
Is she gonna cry?
The fire that burned in my breast when you came to my rescue. The urge to weep, though there is no sorrow. If this is trust, then what must I do? How do I answer it?
Hang on, I'm just like I'm just uninstalling something real quick because it's still is currently running. Will be closed immediately. Yes. Are you sure you want to cut all of its components? Yes. Do you also want to delete the settings? No. I don't know if you're... Oh. Hang on. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Clear. Beep, 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 beep. Clear. Bap. Alrighty. Properties. Capture audio from selection of executables. So it's grabbing everything except from that list, which is okay. Give me a minute. Dun, dun, dun. Bop. Okay, so it's got the wavelength voice mod thingamadoogies. Hopefully I'm not coming up like as double on your side. I might need to close some applications and open it up again, because it's likely, unless... Turn voice changer off. Soundboard. Does it not have my custom sounds anymore? This is a problem. I do not have any more sound modes anymore. Okay, hang on a second. So, transfer voice mod 2 to voice mod 3. Gotta see next word. To transfer the license. They recommend that our sounds are stored in the cloud. For version 2, they recommend that you periodically back up your... Oh my goodness, the absolute audacity. Seriously? That's how they want us to do this? Okay, hang on a second. Also, one of the things I'm going to need to do... also, ooh, voice mod classics? Oh, no, because those are... Alright, soundboard. Oh, no, because these are all the voices, and then there's all kinds of sounds. That was loud. Sorry about that. Alright, so the microphone is the wavelink in, and the output is the wavelink FX. Yeah. So, alright. So close that. Close this. Now comes the real question. Hang on a second. Does... Okay, so I think there's a lot of sounds that are now just going into the microphone, which might be the bit of a problem. So default properties of the Twitch alerts allow us to control OBS. Properties. I wonder if there's a way to reload the Hopefully I do not have to recreate these things. So yeah, there's no audio from the game, which is the problem. This ain't good. So yeah, because for whatever reason... Alright, so if I just do an output audio capture, I can just set it to the default. Alright, so now you should be hearing the, now, unfortunately, you're now gonna hear, like, everything as, like, one track. It's not gonna be perfect. So, yeah, that's gonna be a bit of a... That's gonna be a bit of a doozy. Because what that means is that the music track that used to be, like, on channel 2... So I'm probably not going to be able to play it and what have you when we get to the end of the stream. And it also means that, like, a number of stuff... Also, hi there, Jaxie. Welcome to the stream. Give me a moment. I am going to need to grab the game capture filters. So... Actually, no, what I need is the audio ducking. I need to copy the audio ducking and add it into the headphones, so then that way, filters, paste, there we go. So now the compressor is in there. That way when I start talking, it will, like, reduce the volume. And I could probably make it so that it doesn't reduce it as much as an emergency thingy-majiggy. Because right now it's doing a ratio of, like, 3 to 1, and I can probably do it to, like... So that's 1 to 1. I can probably do like 2.5 or something like that. That might be better. Oh, interesting. There's no traffic coin, there's no fish thingy-majiggy. Oh, that's a problem. Hang on. More sound settings. I'm gonna go to the volume mixer. So everything is at the... I probably need to... Ooh, reset sound levels and volumes for all devices. Reset. Let's see how that goes. I also need to apply the limiter, actually. Hang on a second. Filters. Copy, close, output. Filter. Paste. There we go. So now it should be applying the limiter straight and foremost. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one. Also, I need to double check. Do the sounds work? So if I do... Where is it?
My day be so fine, then boom.
Warning.
That's probably pretty loud. Oh boy, this is gonna be a jank one. With a handshake, perhaps?
Give me your hand. It's not something you do constantly, mind. A friend is a friend regardless.
Are they?
A friend. So that's what it means. Someone you trust.
I don't think Xenos trusted anyone in his life, which is interesting that he would keep calling us a friend. And Because, like, I'm gonna be real, like, that whole, like, Zero was wondering, like, what is a friend? Because, like, the way Xenos, like, talked about us, apparently we were always seen as, like, a friend? Oh my god, and we had a moment thinking about Xenos! I have a crazy idea, chat. I have a crazy idea, chat. I don't know how successfully this is going to work, but give me a minute. So, ding dong. One minute. 1 minute. 1 fucking moment. Alright. The sound should be back to, like, the way they should be with, like, the different channels and the limiters and everything. We should be good now. And thumbs are still broken. Echo. But. Ooh. Oh. Oh, hang on. How about now? There shouldn't be an echo this time. Because there's like there was like voice mod, and then there was voice mod desktop that I needed to add in as well. Which, let me just have a quick look. So, Discord and Telegram goes into the comms. Game capture is ignoring the voice mod. Streamer bot is, give me a moment. Properties. Okay, so there's capturing the speaker bot, the VTuber, the Twitch, the streamer bot, and the Vignon. So, we should be good now. Do you like Mountain Dew Baja Blast? I'ma be real, I have never tried the Mountain Dew Baja Blast. We don't get Mountain Dew in Australia. Well, okay, that's not true. We technically do get Mountain Dew, but we don't get, like, the good Mountain Dew. We don't get Mountain Dew with all the different flavors. The Mountain Dew isn't even green where we are. It's lemonade is what it is. Thank you. I feel at last as though I found the answers I sought, and I owe it all to you, Julius. Right then, I expect the others have already arrived at Tertium. We should join them. I'm gonna get me some Garlian pizza. Pizza! Oh, by the by, people, I have rewards enabled in this chat, so if you want. Never had Baja Blast either. Don't get it in New Zealand. We only get Code Red, Diet, and Orange. Nice. I had people send me their Mountain Dew codes because I thought, oh, just because I can't purchase the Mountain Dew and like, you know, get the promo codes doesn't mean I won't be able to redeem. I can't redeem them because, you know, I've got an account that's like, you know, that's like technically in the North America servers and all that kind of such. Turns out, no, those codes do not work for me. So now I have the code for the Mount Zoo mount, but I am not allowed redeem it on my account. Apparently you need like an entirely different you need like an actual like North American purchased and like all that kind of a stuff count. Apparently because I created my account over in Oceania, I can't use the redeem, which sucks. Full glad am I to see everyone returned, and none the worse for wear. Various representatives of the Garlean community are gathered here this very moment. I dare say this is a fine opportunity to announce the trade agreement. Oh my goodness, we're getting to that part of the MMO where we're actually excited for non-world-ending shit. We're talking about a trade agreement. You've reached the memorandum. I trust you find the terms acceptable? I do, and Gnaeus, I pray you forgive my disgraceful conduct earlier. I am ashamed not only of my behavior, but of placing the burden of negotiation solely on your shoulders in my absence. Welcome back, Jaxie. You should know that when we brought up the subject of the tower's reactivation to the people at Tapper's Bend, some reacted quite strongly. Once we explained that it would be to prevent another Void-sent invasion, however, they were more receptive. It's fair to say the recent episode is still fresh in their minds. I tagged along to deliver a supply of Ceruleum. Have to say, I didn't expect to see such a large crowd. Even the stuffy Imperials who normally keep to themselves in Senatus are here. Ahem. My friends and countrymen, lend me your ears. I am pleased to inform you all on this joyous occasion that we, the people of Garlemald, have entered into a trade agreement with Razadhan. To inaugurate our accord, we intend to grant the individuals before you access to the Tower of Babel. In return, Razadhan will provide us with supplies, which shall be equally distributed amongst the settlements of our nation. Wait, there's alcoholic Mountain Dew? I didn't know that was a thing. Let me be clear on one point. This is not an act of charity, but trade. A bargain struck between equals, rooted in trust and respect. And it marks a significant step towards rebuilding our nation and regaining true independence. Razadhan holds Garlean technology and ingenuity in the highest esteem. It was my hope that through this agreement, our people will enter a mutually beneficial relationship for years to come. Now then, we bid you gather round to hear the particulars that you might convey them to those elsewhere. Sky! So burdened by hardship and trauma were the people of Garlemald that they were unable to imagine a brighter future! To be recognized as equals as a nation with something of value to offer to others. That validation alone is enough to rekindle their hopes. 'Tis by virtue of their partnership that we may access the Tower of Babel, a rather timely development given the Aetheric tank's impending arrival. Once the tower's stores have been replenished, we need but await Y'shtola's signal to channel the energy to the moon, yes? then you can leave that and everything else on this end to me and Alphino. No need to worry, and devote all your energies to the mission in the void. 33% himbo. Nice work there, Benru. Good job. Hopefully you're doing's goods. Doing the needful. As ever, I am in your debt. Cookie! Ay. Why is there lightning going off? Hey! How dare you? Alrighty, Urianger. They wish to take stock of the situation.
Let us take a moment to review matters as they stand. Having procured sufficient stores of ether, we may now channel the requisite energy unto the moon via the Tower of Babel. Our work on the star is complete. However, we have yet to receive word from Ishtola as to the state of the lunar preparations.
A ritual to open the gate, and measures to forestall a void-sent invasion.
Oh my god, I need to go to the bathroom. This is embarrassing.
Neither task is simple nor quickly completed. She would doubtless benefit from our assistance.
The very thing I was about to propose. Let us join her above and lend what aid we may. Ere we set forth, however, Ishtola did bid me relay a message to thee. As thou art well aware, a key objective of our mission is the extraction of thy sister Ashdaya from the Void.
Oh my god, I need to go to the bathroom. This
Held
isn't
captive
good.
for millennia and divested of an eye, she is like to be severely weakened. To make good her escape, she shall require aid. Aid that is best provided by a fellow Great Worm.
Ah!
You would have me go in my true form. Very well. Like our sire, we Great Worms are capable of traversing the great expanse. The journey will take some time, but I shall take myself to the moon.
To the moon!
To begin with, I shall return this vessel to GrantZeebs, that I may have both my eyes.
Ah, my butt!
Such time
Why are
as
you
we
exposing
find
my
Ashdaya,
butt?
I would entrust her eye to your keeping.
That's very considerate. But I need to go to the bathroom. Boobies! No, not boobies. I need to go to the bathroom.
Will you do
There's
this for
still...
me?
Oh my god, come on. Ugh. Yep, absolutely. Come on, let's get through the cutscene.
We shall contact you via Link Pearl once all is in place on the moon. You need but follow Ishtola's instructions.
Understood. We'll be ready.
Ugh. But there's a cutscene. I don't want to miss anything. Plus, I don't want to leave me just, like, hanging out, like, just nothing happening on the screen. Like,
It will be the briefest of homecomings. I'll be back before you know it.
nice. Great line. Nice work, Zero. Watch your own stream on your phone? Ah!
In mare elementorum, then. Go well.
Oh my god, quest accepted! Excellent! Okay, bathroom time! Shut up! Do we have car keys?
No, I don't think we do. I'm gonna place the camera. Yeah. And
Fucking try me there. Damn it, there's a Keck W in my way. Move, Mega. This is the most himbo you're going to find me.
That's still. Sorry, I just wanted to oogle separate titties.
Oogle. Oogle before the zebra titties. Meow. Meow. Hang on a second, let me move my keyboard out of the way so I can do like... So I can drag it across the desktop. Watch this nonsense. Meow. Spin! Spinning. Alright. Fabupona. Hi. This bear that you drew for the pecan bear is absolutely adorable, and I love it. My particular fave is the style of the coat you've chosen and the two-color tone. Like, beautiful, it's wholesome, and I love it. Says Jared just being like, hey, 14, 14, 14, have you heard of the critically acclaimed final... Wait, hang on a second, I got the text. Hang on a second, let me get the text. Sesher is just like tapping away and it's like, did you know the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV has a free trial and includes an entirety of a Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heaven's Ward up to level 60 with no restrictions on playtime? Sign up and enjoy Eorzea today. Tell me what he can turn into. During the Fourth War, in bear form! In bear form! Fourth Age, in bear form! You're not telling me he can turn into a bear? It's called bear form!
That's not canon.
What do you mean it's not canon? What do you mean that's not canon? What do you mean that's not canon? Where the fuck am I going? This way, cool. I should have muted for that one. Did that even get through on the mic? Did people actually hear that? We found someone, didn't we? I knew it. I knew we could. If someone could please clip it real quick. I can... Oh, Elon... No, you know what? You know what Elon Musk would be? Elon Musk would be a protogen. What? Or what is that species called? Is that the right name? Protogen. Is that the... Yes, protogen. Elon Musk would be a protogen. And he would... You know what? He would have the goal... He would have the goal to be like, this is an original species. Elon would most certainly 100%. You can clip me on this one, so I have to stand by this. If Elon Musk got a persona, it would be a protogen, and he would make it seem like as if he invented that species. That's what Elon Musk would do. He wouldn't be a snake. He'd be a pro. Do I have it as a command? Hold on. And then we transfer once more. Let's do it again. Hide this thing. Back over here. Alrighty, there we go. So yeah, Oh, no, wait. Look at that rainbow. Isn't that fantastic?
Y'all just gonna let Icy live?
No. Ooh. Oh my god, look at the size of her tits.
Yeah, why did we not realize that was the first thing you were gonna stare at, not the size of the big fucking sword?
Everyone has a big sword.
I really like the sword.
Shove it through your chest.
Shove it up your ass.
Look at the titties.
Grant, stop looking at the titty.
But it's so good.
I mean, yes, but I don't focus on the titties as someone who wants to fucking murder the shit out of me.
Damn it! Oh! Oh! Careful, they got the shield, so like they just need. Oh!
I win.
Yes! Nice work! Can you pick up my card and revive me, please? Or then you can leave the medallion there, so then that way it doesn't like fall you and such like that for now. Yes! Oh! Thank you, Cap.
Like I said, I'd win.
Oh shit! Someone clip that. Someone please clip that. That moment of Cap, of like just congratulations, Cap, and Cap is just like, nah, I'd win. And then Peter Griffin.
How do I click?
Oh my god. Oh.
Diddle.
Oh.
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 Yeah.
Yeah. This is like a render of me instead of like actively me. What do I gotta? Okay, so I need to disable this. Alright. Alright, can chat tell the difference between me? Here we go. Click, 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 click. Alright. So, alright, first thing we gotta do is we gotta subdivide it, and we're gonna... Let's go with 4 cuts.
The real you is super ugly.
Wow! Don't say it. Don't say it, Grant. You know what Bone wrote. You don't need to say it out loud. You don't need to say it. It's up, dog. What's up with you? Tango! What's my username on Twitter? It's GrantZeebs. What's my username on Telegram? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Discord? GrantZeebs. What's my username on Twitch? GrantZeebs. What's my username on YouTube? Alright. Technically using Google in order to do that kind of nonsense, and I can't have a... I am back. Ding dong. Alright, cool. Oh. Thanks for the 3 hugs. Sorry, I'm at work waiting to clock into work in 20 minutes. Not to worry, Jaxie. Not to worry. I understand, like, look, I'm gonna be real. All of us have things that, you know, keep us away from being able to just, you know, watch whatever Twitch streams we'd like to watch for multiple hours of a day. It's not something we're really not all of us are fortunate enough to, like, just, you know, hours on end watch our favorite streamers. Oof. Alright, so. If I go there, I can get to the Nether Gate, and from the Nether Gate get to Sinus. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna teleport. It's easier to just teleport to it, rather than, you know, fucking about with, like, teleportations and what have you. Fuck it! This is us. On the moon with, like, a fucking, like, asteroid belt around it. Don't question why we're able to be up on the moon with, like, no oxygen tanks or anything to help us keep warm. It's just magically we're able to work. Plus, I hope you like the info on the Protogen I posted about too, and was about to say about your Zeebs eating that dreamy beach hunk that everyone would love to meet at the beach. Funny you should say that, because over in the chat... Actually, I'm gonna need to disappear. Hang on a second so you can see it. Ding dong. Do you see it in the background? Do you see a picture of GrantZeebs? Isn't it neat? Cool, huh? Alright. Back to Urianger.
I took the liberty of informing Ishtola of our arrival. She and her entourage should be here momentarily.
Nice.
Forgive me. I'd hoped to have everything in order sooner. My thanks for the extra hands.
Alphino and Alice stand ready at the Tower of Babel. Vritra is also en route.
Excellent. You've done well, all of you. For my part, I've managed to prepare the ritual with help from the Watcher. All that remains is to channel the ether from below. This should, I pray, open a gate leading to the moon of the 13th.
May I just say how excited we are to be a part of this grand undertaking.
Hang on, there's something I need to see.
Ishtola even managed to get a loan of elegant treatises on voice and summoning from the prized collection of the Sons of Saint Koinak.
There's someone that I follow that is playing Final Fantasy XIV as well, and they're like brand spanking fucking new. Hang on, I need a... Matuin. Okay, alright, I need to find out where Maduin is. First, no spacesuits. That's a freaking elephant on the moon. Yes, I know, it is absolutely crazy. Alright, Maduin is a part of... Where the fuck? Oh, it's a Dynamis server! Interesting! Hey, wait, Lysandra, aren't you on a Dynamis, server as well? Hang on a second. Hang on a second. All right, I know what I need to do. God damn it, Tatsu. Tatsu, give me a minute. I'm gonna head over to a different server. Hang on a sec. We're heading over. I'm gonna see if we can transfer over to, like, we're gonna see if we can visit this place. Dynamis Maduin. We're gonna see. You finally started Dawn Trail? Well, well, I'm finished. Well, I'm not. Keep it down over there. I need to do that as a thing. I need to have a, well, I'm not. Keep it down over there. All right, no, we won't. So we'll need to keep on going through this. But once we're out of the dialogue and all that kind of such, we're gonna chase down a VTuber. We're gonna. You got Picto to 80, so you finally started. Well, you have to get Picto to 90, I thought. Isn't it level 90 you need to get to in order to start Dawn Trail?
Given his credentials, I was confident he wouldn't be denied.
Oh my gosh, she's so snarky.
The knowledge of our forebears has brought us far, as has our own. And with our knowledge and resources, we shall construct a void-sent containment seal on a heretofore unseen scale.
Who are we stalking? We are stalking...
Containment seal? Then thou wouldst make use...
Belbasaura. We're going to be stalking Belbasaura. I don't know why, I don't know when I started following them and all this kind of nonsense, but they look like a pretty cute bean. They're an Australian streamer. They do art and shit. And we're going to look for Belbasaura Meows. So that's the name we need to look for. Belbasaura Meows. And it looks like they're playing some sort of summoner class by the looks of it.
The Watcher is already hard at work, tending to the most critical parts of the brand's restoration. There are, however, a number of concerning factors that remain. With your help, I'm sure we can resolve them.
Time is of the essence, so I suggest
she has big booba. I'm sure there's nothing to that's not big booba, is it? That's not... look, there's big booba in VTubing community, don't get me wrong, like that is a possibility, but I wouldn't consider her a big booba lady. Like, I don't know if I would consider her a big booba lady. All right, hang on a second. I need to... So, back to the sanctuary. There we go. We need to log out. It's medium booba. Thank you. I'm glad one of us has like. I'm glad one of us has like, you know, sense. It's medium booba for the All right, visit another data center. So we need to go to Dynamis Maduin. Confirm. I don't know how long it's gonna take for us to like travel there, but let's see. Hopefully, okay, it's estimated to take less than a minute. That's pretty good. All right, so they're just doing a road to... Looks like they get the road to 80 buff. What are they doing? They're like... What is she doing? Alrighty, hang on. So, we're gonna log in. We're gonna be back in Limsalo Minsa. Now, hopefully, it's not gonna be like, you know, several different instances and what have you. Oh my god, this place is so fucking empty. Alright, hang on a second. So... Okay, Charlian... Where... Okay, so she's probably... Oh, I have an idea of where she is. Hang on. Wait, who the fuck was that just then? Sorry, I just saw like the briefest of moments, like yellow text, and I was just like, who was that? All right, hang on a second. We gotta find this. Oh, she's going. God damn it, she's going downstairs again. Like, what the? Oh my goodness. What is with her? Okay. So she must have gone down a spiraling staircase, which means she would have come down from... Oh, is she back up at the upper decks? There she... Oh, yep, there she is. I see her. There she is. Oh. Hello there. Over beware. There we go. Oh, sure. Oh, ooh. Hello. Ooh, hang on. Ding, shout, watch this. All right, hang on a second. Here we go. Check out this. Here we go. Did it work? That was fun. All right, hang on.
Right.
Dink. Power Ranger thing. Hi there, Renee. The Power Ranger is a limited season event from last year. Well, I think it was like a spring thing. Also, hello there, Renee. You came in at the right time. Excellent. There'll be more. There's usually something for summer, Halloween, Valentine's Day, Christmas, etc. This is amazing. So yeah. Alright. Oh yeah, and that's Tatsu. That's my friend Tatsu. Send friend request. So. Alrighty, and then... What's that? Oh my god. Mela looks so amazing. How are you doing, Renee? Are you doing good? You're doing Yes, I did the hero landing because of I am sent it. Do y'all have your beach episode outfits? Watch the face.
Woohoo!
Alright. Friendship? Oh, and then, as always, the Manderville dance. There's all sorts of emotes you'll unlock as you progress the story. I love how Tatsu's trying to, like, keep up with the thingy-majiggy. I posted a pic on your Twitter. I was wondering if you know any artist to pick from to make him more himbo or bimbo sexy-wise. Orc or morgue art, that's one option. You, like, I'll normally retweet a lot of different artists, and if you see something in my retweets that looks in line to what you like, they're probably an artist you can commission. Alright, hang on. Here we go. Rawr! Rawr! Most gentlemanly. Accept friend's request. Alrighty. Have you gone into the story? I can technically see it up in the top left of their thing. Alright, hang on. Let's see, I got different kinds of glamour plates. Ding dong. The Makotes are fairly small. Yeah. Wherever, this is such a silly moment. So. Yeah. Pet. There we go. Alright. Oh, it's so fun. I am himbo. Oh. So, normally a tank class. We're just such unga bungas. Bunga bunga. Alright, so they must have just stuck. Oh yeah, and then they did all these things here. Oh my god, she's so cool! Alrighty. Continue on with. Sounds good. pace yourself. Good luck. Dun, dun. Wait, hang on. Where are we going? Wait, no, hang on. That doesn't take us anywhere. That I am so fucking lost. Alright, they're gonna do their thing. I am gonna go do my thing. Where'd Tatsu go? Search info. Party member standing in somewhere. Tatsu and I just doing our thing, and then it's just like, yep, alright, we're off. Alright, let's have a look. Tatsu is... Did Tatsu already, like, go somewhere? Huh. Oh, no, there's Tatsu. You're just down at Lower Limsa Lominsa. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. No, but yeah, they're probably going to be going through, like, a lot of different... top tip. Pace yourself. And maybe you're making him a glam? Oh, okay, okay. How do you spell posse? Alrighty, here we go. Alright, I need to right-click and delete the... Well, here's the thing. They've just started Tatsu. They're not gonna have... They won't know how to do glamours and such. I think they're like an actual... Thank you for the descriptor of posse and such like that. But yeah, like, they are really early into the thingy-madiggy, so... Yeah, they are really early into it. I don't know if they have glamours. They must be handing in quests? Oh my goodness, did they just open up all the crafter classes? Is that what they've been doing? Too much rewards. Don't mind me watching this while managing my quiet. Ah! Also, who the fuck are you? Oh, this is for the culinary casts. That's an easy one. Click the speech bubble to swap to party, or let's see how they're doing. Let's see how they're doing. Dunk, dunk, dunk. Welcome back, Jexy. So yeah. Oh, look at you both being dancers. I don't have any other classes. If you press the home key, you'll go into first person. By the way, you're gonna have some fun sharing about Throne. It might... About Throne. Oh yeah, that's interesting. Is unable to trade. Or the fact that she's like grossly under level. The only way... How do I explain this? Tatsu, we need a strategy. We need a... Actually, hang on a second. Ding. Discord. Are they... Dink. There we go. Awesome. They do have a... Like, a huge number. But usually anything between 2 to 8. Alright. Bing. Dong. Heading. Wait, hang on a sec. Oh, because, hang on, there's a welcome. Says he, him. React to this message to acknowledge that you have read the rules. Oh, rules. React. There we go. Alright, now we should be able to talk. Oh my god, I can just, like, join... was that supposed to work? Don't know if I'm supposed to be able to, like, join into that particular voicey. Alright. You were scrolling through it and stopped on an item and say, what the fuck, there's gaming controllers that match your cotton candy for Sona colors? There are all kinds of gaming controllers out there. Where are they? Yep. Interesting. They are going to have a wonderful time. Dun, dun, dun. You passed the fuck out. What did you miss? There's another there's another VTuber. You may be hearing him in the background, but anyway, let me just mute them for a minute. There is another VTuber that is going through Final Fantasy XIV Sashera. She right now is literally level 3. She has only just started. She is on the free trial. She is over here. It's this lady over here. I hate to dip, but I need to bring this lady back home so I don't get trapped in this world. Ah, okay, fair enough. What the hell is she doing? Cute. Look at her. It's another Mikote. It's another fucking Mikote. Because apparently all the VTuber girls have to be cat girls of either Japanese level or furries. Although that... Yeah. Oh. Anyways, oh, I wasn't doing it. My good. What are they doing? So, soothing. So they're, let's see. So they're doing some yellow tick quests. Alrighty, so they're gonna need to get those kinds of explanations. So there are, I want to say there's three. Yeah, there's 3 types of quests: yellow, blues, and MSQ. Dink. MSQ is your main story quest line. If you have denoted by the meteor shaped icon. Blues are quests that will unlock that, or that will unlock at the end of the chain, either dungeons, trials, so boss battle, class/job, unlock content. Really. Yellow, the lowest, just is a quest for reward/experience. Not worth a lot in the grand scheme of things. Where'd they go? There they go. Oh my god, Tatsu is the fucking blue mage. So yeah, we're having a very fun time. Like, this is an entirely new experience. Oh, they're in battle. They're going to a, they went outside. Shit, hang on. Yeah. Hang on. Where are they going? What are you doing, Tatsu? Give me a second, let me raise, normally I don't play healer, so... They normally do that as Black Mage anyway. Keck W. So, where might you be? So, your MSQ, if you ever forget it, is the latest one in the top left in the banner. The quest underneath is your class/job quest. We're just giving we're just explaining to someone. Wait, they're a marauder now. What the? Yep, yep. Oh, they're gonna... Highly recommend reading, too. Oh my goodness, they have not done, like, the... Because I don't think they... Follow me's. Oh, they got distracted by the smith. You can right-click a character and select follow if you ever want to hands-free follow someone. All right. Oh my god, that was their first mission. That was their first, like, MSQ mission, was, like, doing the Aether thing. Oh, this is incredible. You go in this game. Alrighty, I am going to need to leave the party, Luna Rendezvous, and then teleport to Sirius. Alright. If they are still playing Final Fantasy XIV when I am done with my stream, we will most likely go and raid into them, and then I'll probably help them out with something else down the line. Where the fuck are we going? We didn't even go outside. Well, she went outside briefly, but we didn't even go outside. Dun, 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 dun. Who the fuck are those two? Now then, to the matter at hand. With the Watcher's assistance, we shall reforge each of Zodiark's brands and use them to erect a barrier capable of repelling void scent. Yet, though we expect it to be effective against larger beings on account of its original purpose, there is a chance it will allow lesser void scent to slip through. Therefore, we shall require a second line of defense, and I believe the Loporit supporters would be suitable for this purpose. Urianger, Grant, the two of you have a strong rapport with our lunar allies. I would have you meet with Livingway and Bestway's Burrow and provide them with assistance they require. I will join you. As a void scent, my knowledge may be of use. An excellent idea. In the meantime, the rest of us will see to reforging the brands. Hello there. Hi, Jason. I will send word when we have finished. Pray do the same.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Alright. So fucking massive! I'm doing alright. I'm doing okay. We got distracted for a little bit because there was a new VTuber that started playing Final Fantasy XIV, and we caught on to them playing it really early on. Like, they're level 3 right now. They're not even... They haven't even started going through dungeons or anything like that. They didn't... They had, like, none of that, none of that knowledge ahead of time of, like, oh, the 3 different quest types, how to emote and such. She's really sweet. She's really cute. She's a Makote. Hey, so which is great. She's not a Lalafell. And so yeah, we've left her to our own devices for a little bit because the first 15 levels, there isn't really that much you can do for them that early on. And what's more is she's a right now she's a on a free trial. Thank you
Thanks
so
for the
much.
Prime subscriptions, Violet_Skies.
Nice.
Thank you so much, Violet guys, for the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. It goes a long way. You do not have to worry about any advertisement that comes along in the next, like, once an hour when they go off, and you get to utilize all these cool emotes. None of these emotes are working. Hang on a second. Why is my stream deck not doing the thing? Why aren't you doing the needful? Is this thing on? There we go. Excellent. I hope you have a wonderful time with us. Ah, the cactar! Not again! Not the cactar! Alrighty, living away. What do you gotta say for me's? Why does my Switch not want to pick up on watching someone playing Final Fantasy XIV? Okay, I think the issue... Wait. So on Bellasora's end, she doesn't have the thingy-majiggy where the drops are enabled. I think I have it enabled on my side at the very least because I have included the viewer rewards tag, so drops should be enabled on my side at least. There you are. Your Stola has appraised me of your present undertaking. I understand that she wishes to deploy our pride and joy, the veritable carrots of our eye, our unrivaled combat supporters, as a precautionary measure in case this void scent containment seal of hers proves lacking. As we speak, my fellows are rounding up what units they have, and will bring them to the northeast corner in short order. Please wait here. You watched both Dazzy, Sash, and me, and they haven't gotten a single one? Huh. Give it a refresh. See what happens. There should be like a little notification on the desktop at like the top of the chat bar saying that the thingy-majiggy is enabled or something or other. Oh! Excuse me.
Dreadfully sorry to have kept you all waiting.
Quite a cool arsenal.
A new person. Heard there was a bit of a rush, so we gathered what combat-ready supporters we had available.
Oh, check your inventory.
A welcome contribution. Thine initiative never ceaseth to amaze.
Oh, stop! You're making me blush! Though we have fulfilled the purpose given to us by Heidelin, aiding the people of Aetheris remains our greatest joy. So you can count on us, ever and always.
They do these little Lolorits do this thing where when they like lean to the side and they rub their cheeks.
We originally deployed these supporters to patrol the moon and keep it safe. They've never tussled with Voidsent before, but with sufficient data, they ought to hold their own against the ghastly fiends. Practical, tactical data acquired in the moment. And who better to give the supporters an educational thrashing than the champion of Aetheris?
Yay! That's me!
I believe I would make a better instructor.
Oh. Yep, she could.
Not only have I fought Voidsent, I am one.
This fucking face. Oh! Half of them are just like, nah, fuck that shit, I'm out.
Well, don't just stand there, engage! 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 Engage!
Oh boy.
That'll do, that'll do!
We don't have a lot of those, do we?
A defeat bitterer than the bitterest carrot. Using this experience, we must enhance the supporters and turn them into Voidsent slaughterbots!
Yes. Enhance.
Indeed. Right after we've managed to put the poor dears back together.
Pray forgive our comrade's enthusiasm. May I inquire as to how long the repairs will take?
On an ordinary day, I'd say no less than 5 carrots briskly consumed. But if you were to provide us with encouragement...
Ooh, encouragement, you say?
We just might be able to do it in 2.
Just all these silly noises.
This I leave to you.
Why are they in notifications and not my inventory? I don't fucking know. It won't tell you like how far you've progressed unless you're like sitting on a channel with Final Fantasy XIV and you go into the and you go into the whatsamahoozy, like for example, if I'm following Ding Dong Belosaurus. So like if I'm watching a Final Fantasy XIV stream like Belosaurus's, and then I click on my user icon on the top right, it'll tell me like how much progress towards the drop I am, and it should tell me like which stream that drop is being like influenced by, and it tells me it's my own stream that's doing it. Loporit's eyes twinkle with anticipation as they await your buoyant extrolation. To wit, they yearn for you to rally their spirits. Rally! What? Engage! Engage! Oh, sorry. I was in the midst of a Forgive me, the sight of precision parts is strangely soothing and sleep-inducing. But I'll keep to it. Keep moving. What a marvelous feeling! There's nothing like wild gesticulations of encouragement to fire you up. Oh, thank you very, very much. You don't know how uplifting it is to have you encouraging us. Showing us the proper technique as we may keep our supporters operating at peak efficiency. Can't even redeem them because Malk Station is down for maintenance? Are you sure? Like, I just redeemed my cookies in the Malk Station just now. I'm pretty sure it isn't down. God damn you, Sage! Sage! Oh, what could be more Oh, I need to rally them. Yep, that's right. Rally! You clicked on the item and it said it was. Ah, okay, that's shit. With your chewing me on, I can do not less than my very best. Hi, Wolf Zeta. Welcome to the stream. Hopefully you're doing all right. Welcome, welcome. And talking to Living Way. My, everyone is in high spirits indeed. Thanks to your encouragement, we'll have the supporters up and running again in no time at all. Pray attend to your remaining busy work, and leave the deployment of our new and improved voice and slaughter bots to us. Dun, dun, dun. The nips are visible. Grrr. I want my shirt back, Sage. I want you to give me my shirt back.
Can you hear me? We've just finished restoring the brands.
Oh, good for you.
Let us reconvene once you've finished tending to matters there. The culmination of our efforts is nigh.
Thank you for the hyper himbo. I do appreciate it. Orianger. The brands are ready, I presume. Excellent. With the Loporites having deployed their supporters, we are ready to proceed. Let us rejoin Y'shtola post-haste and prise open our gate upon the void. Dun 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 dun. Alrighty. Bing, bong, ding. Ooh, the kitty. Kitty! So I don't know what that blue tick will unlock, but it will unlock something, apparently. Meow. Meow. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Concentrated fire. Bum 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 bum. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Sorry, I just need to send a tweet. Hang on. Alright, my thanks for seeing to the supporters. With this, and all is in readiness for the ritual.
Wild_Saber 1337 paid me to say, O Zeebs of the moon, what is thy wisdom?
The Earth, even though is slightly deformed from the sphere by having a tiny bit of a bulge on the equator and taperings at the poles, if you shrunk it down to the size of a cue ball, it would be smoother in your hand than any other cue ball you know. First, I shall give the order to Alphino and Alize in the Tower of Babel to channel Aether to the moon. Once we have amassed a sufficient amount of energy, Urianger and I shall begin our incantations to open a void gate. If all goes well, a tear will open in the fabric of reality, at which point you must activate the brands and put in place the containment seal. That is all. If there are no questions, then let us begin.
Apologies for the wait. The preparations here are finally complete.
Excellent. The Tower 2 is activated. But give the word and we will begin channeling the ether.
Very well then. Make it so.
The moment of truth.
I'm a fire in my ether!
By the sisters!
Ah! It's so loud!
Urianger, commence your invocations. 'Tis time to open our gate.
It's so loud!
A tear is beginning to form. Quickly, activate the brands.
No, I haven't even started Dawn Trail yet, okay? I'm still a ways. Well, the brands are working again.
Success. The gate is open, and the seal appears to be in place.
Let's see how well it holds.
That's just a brain. That's a brain with teeth. What the fuck is a brain with teeth doing?
What an enormous gate! Lord Golbez will be eager to hear of this. So this is the promised land. The land of boundless ether.
Idiot.
I dare say the seal doth serve its purpose.
Doth serve thy purpose. And there's our elder dragon.
I see all proceedeth apace. Remarkable.
Indeed. Just this moment, a void scent emerged from the gate, by which we may safely assume it leads to the 13th.
It's incredible, Ishtola. Truly incredible. Oh, what an honor it is to have been part of this historic achievement.
A part is an understatement. None of this would have been possible without you and yours. Our success has also served to solidify our understanding of cross-rift travel. The Ascians rejoined reflections to the source by instigating elemental imbalances. These imbalances weakened the barrier between realities, causing the ether of a reflection to flood the source. But why is it that reflections are predisposed to rejoin the source? Why have they never merged with one another?
Thou art suggesting there is a unique property inherent to the source, one responsible for such an outcome.
I am. 'Tis my conclusion that, as the point of origin for the reflections, the source has an innate pull over them. Hydaelyn, I believe, sought to suppress that pull, which is why she was created with the power of light, of stasis. Meanwhile, the power of darkness, of activity, reigns in the void. Hydaelyn's influence would naturally be weaker, and this manifested in the form of planar fissures.
Okay.
Working with this hypothesis, I set my sights upon where the pull was assessed to be strongest, and through our combined efforts, we succeeded in opening a gate to the void. Now, I must stress, it was because we sought the void that we succeeded. Pleased though I am to have my theory proven, the secrets of travel to other reflections still elude us. Even so, in the reality that lies beyond the 8th umbral calamity, there are those who found a way to reach the first. I will not rest until I do the same.
One step closer to fulfilling your dream, eh?
Oh yeah, because, like, technically speaking, the 8th umbral calamity happened
Many more remain
in
to be
order
taken,
to,
which further motivates
yeah.
me to forestall a void-sent invasion.
Also, hi there, Valkyrie! Welcome to the stream! Sorry, I got distracted.
And put an end to Golbez's plot.
If one of my... Are my moderators alive? I don't know if one of my moderators are alive. Hang on. Here's what we do.
Climb upon my back. I shall take us to the gate.
Bam!
As we did discuss prior, I shall see the
so this is
alchemist
the
safely
Coruscant.
home, then
Nope.
together with the Loporrits maintain
Jason was here.
vigil over the gate.
May the sisters watch over and keep you safe.
So yeah, go check out Valkyrie Nixia. They are a cool well, like, you know, Wolf VTuber. They're going through all kinds of different, like, you know, dark fantasy and like, you know, really cool looking games. So they're pretty cool. Oh, what a feeling, Toyota. And I'm riding a fucking dragon.
Into the void once more.
Dive bomb! Pew 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 pew! Concentrated fire! Sorry, it was just stuck in my head. Just like doo-doosh, doo-doosh. Oh, this is good. Yeah, so once again, traveling between the reflections. There's like... There used to be 14 reflections, but I think we're now down to 8. No, less than 8. We are now down to 6 reflections. The 1st, the 14th, and a few others. Because there's been like... How are we doing? Is this the Dawn Trail? This is not the Dawn Trail. We are not yet at the Dawn Trail. This is patch content from Endwalker. We are currently at patch 6.4, The Dark Throne. So we're like two and a half patches away from the end of the patch content before we enter into Dawn Trail. Are you up to date with the Final Fantasy XIVs? The critically acclaimed MMORPG? Do not question why we can breathe on the moon.
Of the 13th.
Yes, it is, Y'shtola. And you are very, very lucky that despite it being the fucking moon, you can breathe right now.
It is. Ever since the flood, it has been a sanguinary orb in the sky.
Sanguine means blood.
No void scent. A rather more subdued reception than I had anticipated.
I think they're...
But unsurprising, given how jealously Golbez conceals the location of his domain. Still, we must remain on guard. One of his minions came through the gate, after all, and more may lie in wait.
You are definitely further in the story than I am. Ah, okay, okay. We need to catch you up.
Where could she be?
We need you to catch up. Life cannot be passed away as there's more Final Fantasy XIV to go through. We gotta put down the Twitters, stop looking at the boobies, and play Final Fantasy XIV.
Yes, thou art right.
Because there's boobies in Final Fantasy XIV as well.
From above, the ground, I leave to you all.
The surface of the moon is a grim shade of crimson, a consequence of the flood of darkness, perhaps. The Red Moon. No matter how you strain your eyes, you spy no signs of life. In all directions extends a desolate waste without end. Damn it, I interrupted it. You hold your breath in an attempt to catch the faintest noise. Save for the sounds of your comrades, there is nothing. So far, you have failed to find any clues as to Azdaja's whereabouts. Perhaps Zero has noticed something you missed. That's them over there, I imagine.
The chasm has caught your attention as well.
Yes, it has. Oh! Yeah, that's the throne where he was, or some shit, wasn't he?
There's some manner of structure below. Worth a look, wouldn't you say?
Yes, but I don't imagine I'll be able to just drop down into it.
I too sense something here. This pit much resembles the Cradle of Darkness on our moon, where Zodiac was once imprisoned. If this place serves the same function, then a fragment of his power must have been sealed in the depths. Strange, though. When Zodiac perished in the Source, I presumed that every aspect of him was thus unmade, and his power scattered. But it's unmistakable. The darkness that permeates this abyss. Could a trace of him yet remain? Or is it something else?
I forgot that.
I hear thee, sister. I hear thee. Climb on, my friends. Astaya is here, within this chasm.
Alright, well that's an easy way down. Ah! That's their sister, I suppose. How's it going, Masonic? We found her.
You were entrusted with Azdaya's eye, were you not?
Yes, that is true. Oh, it's active.
Who on? Oh, wak home Erta.
We have come to rescue you.
Ankinsis, dies ishom in fesk. Man ik hes in an.
They're just having a moment.
Fesk wes.
I can still fit through doors and chutes and things. I'm not a gigantic, like, hyper himbo size. I'm just a normal himbo size.
Na fesk on. Nair no rail ak stra idran.
Not even with a dragon's might can these chains be broken.
S I nesh I gol ak.
They are forged of will.
So this is indeed Golbez's domain. Kis arn in.
Es fil ud in. Ein an in.
Sis? Ask dear Amtar. For war Maradarn I Alan an. Les I el kol an. Zdis sorn I rum. Snar Tiamat an. Kai Ros an. K ul K darn morn. Dis an. Kai an. Nal stra an.
Nar tal kin in eyes. Athan endran esk tai an. I'll call hes in hes ud lar an. Esk les ud an. Ses razat han lu an. Snoson an hai hes in an.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
Seskidir in an.
Boom. Yeah. Boom.
Sta in es katao. Tai an. Es an stra in sorn.
What now, then? Does this great worm intend to remain a captive meal for all eternity, not daring to test her chains?
Ern el. I mis head in ud.
If this is... Oh my goodness, the...
Srael dis tar. Sma ost in.
Great dig, considering, like, he put so much...
To start. So, what can you tell us?
So, if you aren't aware, if you're not aware, Nidhogg is the dragon that had his eyes stolen by the Ishgard like royalty / like pope or what have you, and has like waged a war against Ishgard for like a good century or more. And you know, Estinian, he's a dragon slayer, he's a dragoon, and he was originally responsible for like killing Nidhogg and what have you. But then he had the two eyes of Nidhogg, and then they, you know, took over him, and so Nidhogg, filled with rage and all this shit, was like, "You are mine." And you know, he then became this Estinian Nidhogg like hybrid, and it wasn't until we did some, you know, crazy like Asian and white aetherate nonsense and shit that we were able to separate Estinian from Nidhogg's eyes, and we cast Nidhogg's eyes into the abyss. And so it's just, and even after we did all that, there was still a piece of Nidhogg, like his aether magic shit, within Estinian after all that. So he was still left as a more powerful Dragoon than normal because of this thing with this, because of the Estinian Nidhogg thing. So it's really funny that, you know, Estinian after all this is just like, oh, you're a Grey Worm isn't even gonna try and like break out of the bonds that are pushed into them, and she's just like, you're such a little shit. Estinian got that hog in him.
Do es inesh igor sorn, ka som ulmo gor. Skom lesam an, som du orta sis.
Well, you heard her. Shall we look into this spot near and dear to our enemy's heart?
This will be good. Dun 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 dun. The others have already begun searching for clues. Let us do the same. I'll take charge of this area if you go see to the south. Oh my god, we can't mount up in this area. But yeah, this here is Estinian. He got that dog in him. Nothing here. Mayhaps further south then. A glint from beneath the rock catches your eye. Do not know why that would be there.
Did you find something?
Oh.
A memoria. But whose?
Oh, we're getting hit with the echo! Ah! Oh, that was quick work.
You have lied, pillaged, and murdered. Have you anything to say in your defense?
That sounds like Golbez from...
No. Every one of them got what they deserved. Trusting fools. Like you would-be heroes. Aye. You do well to keep a close eye on each other. It always ends the same way. A knife in the back. And better to have the handle towards your hand. You'll see! Oh, yes. You will.
Who is it that we're visualizing this through? In death, may your soul find salvation.
I can't bring myself to pray for the unrepentant. You're a nobler man than I.
Come now. We're all shaped by these dark times more than we would care to admit. I choose to believe that. Had these men known peace and plenty, they would not have been consumed by mistrust and avarice.
Victims of the Contra Memoria, then. Like so many others. But we will end it.
Thank you. I shudder to imagine what might have happened if you hadn't dealt with the Dark Ones.
Hearing the phrase "the Dark Ones" just...
Oh, her? She's like you, I hear. Hunts Memoriates taken by darkness.
Oh.
Well, well. A kindred spirit. Perhaps we will finally have a new comrade.
Wait a minute. Isn't that Zero? That is Zero! Oh, well...
No. I've no interest in working with others. Much less someone who looks as suspicious as you.
Is that so?
If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way.
Even when we share the same goal, we can't overcome the mistrust. Such is the way of things, the wisdom of our era.
Only a precious few Memorites remain who cling to the light. Would that we could have won her over. Huh?
We'll make do, old friend. We have accomplished much already. And another person may well have been more of a hindrance than help. Now then, our work here is finished. His Majesty has summoned us, so let us not delay. To Baron!
Is that the end of the memory? Hi, Jack! Thank you for the head pat.
Vision of the past, did you?
Yes, I did. We were following something. I don't know.
What? I was in it.
Yes, you were. And you didn't want to, you know, trust the person because they look suspicious. The person in the memory, not us. We're totally trustworthy.
It's them. The pair I met in that village. Which means the one sealed in this Memoria is...
So, you have come. You, who would oppose our crusade.
Okay, so either that memory was Golbez's, or the guy that we saw is now Golbez. Also, the whole reason we came here was to rescue that dragon that's currently being entrapped, and to defeat the darkness. Oh, yep, there he is.
You. I know you.
Is that so? From the world before, I dare say. 'Tis impressive enough that you have managed to retain your mortal form, but to remember your past besides. But that is of no moment. You are the Memoriat who vanquished my minions, correct?
And what if I am?
Me thinking yesterday, like, hey, I should do art. And then unfortunately you spent the day mangling your funky font language until there's 434 glyphs in the file. There isn't even 200... There isn't even 434 letters in the alphabet.
All our souls.
What are you doing 434 glyphs?
More like fight as your pawn. It isn't me you want, but my power. And if I don't obey, you'll bind me like you bound that dragon. But no more. I refuse to be bound ever again. I fight only for myself, and for those in whom I trust. My friends.
I see. A pity. It is for the dragon that you have come, yes? When first you appeared, I thought simply to remove a threat to our plan. Never did I imagine that you would reach this place and gift me a golden opportunity.
Task in.
Long as it has been imprisoned, this dragon has grown feeble and weak, its spirit extinguished. Your coming has served to rekindle her forgotten hope. Her yearning to be free, to return home. That is the key to our deliverance.
Uh-oh.
The darkness is ravaging her. She's becoming a void scent.
That's not good.
Archer! Smash!
Rise, O Shadow Dragon, and obey!
That's not good.
Kill him.
Jesus Christ, you just fucking just no roar or just anticipation, you just like, oh, let me just summon a spire. I don't think that's your sister anymore with the void scent transformation done.
Damn you!
Oh.
Keep our guests occupied.
You can just summon these fucking things, can you? Disgusting. We're probably gonna need to deal with the big dragon. We're probably gonna need to deal with the bad dragon.
Save my sister.
How? I don't exactly have the power of, like, converting void scent individuals back to their normal selves, I'm gonna be real with you.
Before darkness swallowed the world, I fought tirelessly in a war without end. The experience taught me to discern the strong, that dragon, and you.
Oh. Okay. All right. Make sure you invite me. I am currently like traveled over to Dynamis, so you might need to head over to Maduin Dynamis in order to get here. Maduin Dynamis. I'll deal with you, and then I'll free Azdarja. Don't worry, the data center travel is like less than a minute. There's like barely anyone here. You'll get here so fucking fast. Shadow to the shards of Azum. If there's anyone that's gonna save me, I know it's Azum. I'm Azum.
You, who have ever basked in its warmth, could never understand our envy, our agony. You will not deny us our release.
Amazing. The Voidcast Dais is now accessible. Hi, Jin. Welcome to the stream. Alright, invite you. Invite you. Are they back in Goblin now? Is that the trick? You there? Ah, they're not.
Did you see it?
Long-ass timeline. I would like to add that while he's technically wrong, there's a long-ass timeline at play here. What do you mean there's a long-ass time, right? Yeah, I'm visiting Maduin Dynamis right now. Nice work on the 19%. Crystal. Damn it, Tatsu. Tatsu! Where are he? Where are you? Tatsu! Tatsu! So, the Shardy's on, the Sundering as it was that 7,000 yeats in the past? Time of the Ancients when Hydaelyn was first summoned. Yes. That was, Also, I invited Sash to the party. You invite Sashera Noshnibor to a party. Sashera Noshnibor joins the party. Am I saying that correctly? Sashera Noshnibor? Nosnibor. Noshnibor. Alrighty. Dun, 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 dun. What do you mean is blocking the oh, you mean like the what's-a-mahoozy fight that's going off because of the advertisement? You're talking about all that over there. Man, I'm not even, like, fucking... I don't even get up to Ball's height. The balls. Don't mind me as we're waiting for the red moon. Don't mind me as we're waiting for the void cast Dias. Don't mind if I do, well I do the Mamba Van. Wow. No dick, no balls, and probably not no buttle because he feeds on radiation. He's playing Dad? The fuck is Dad? Where the fuck is he? Oh, dark and darker. Bye. Well, if we stand at crossing lights and just do the Final Fantasy dance, what if? What if? You know what I did, Jack? You know what I did at Furdu? You know what I did so much of that I've not seen shit on the internet for? I did the Manderville dance. I did the Manderville dance at Furdu. Anyone that was like with a camera or anything like that, I did the Manderville dance. If you're wondering what it is, this is the Manderville dance. I did this. in front of people. I did this in front of cameras, and not one person has uploaded a video of me, GrantZeebs, doing the fucking Mandeville dance. The absolute disrespect. I could probably include the raid of Asla Fideas into here while I'm waiting for the fucking this. You might have to up the game next year and learn the mambo. I need a lot of room for the mambo. Like, so... Knees, 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 knees. Ding. Other side. Knees, 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 knees. Stretch. Ding. The moonwalk. Flick the head. Cha, cha. Wah. Point. Point. I think the pointing is where I'm gonna get difficulties. I think the pointing is gonna, like, doing the hands and the cha-cha-cha is probably gonna be the difficult part. This is gonna be the easy part. Ding. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so it's 5 and swap, 5 and then to the thing, moonwalk, and then the aha. How are we having such a hard time trying to find people? Do I need to go to, like, Oceania or, like, an entirely different, like, place? Also, am I looking for the other link? Okay, yeah, D, J, E, D. So I am looking across the J, E, D, F. So I'm not just waiting on, yeah. It's possible Dynamis is underpopulated. A real shame. There's like no one trying to do the Void Daedalus. There's like 5 other parties. Yep, I'm gonna... We're going back to Goblin. Crystal Goblin. Well, there's a whirl queue, so that's obviously a good thing. It means that this world is full, which means there has to be people. That's how it works, right? And we are back in Limsa Lominsa. The Dark Diver. Triumph in 10 Feast or Crystal while taking on the role of tank. I've only done 8 so far. Ooh, that looks cool. That weapon looks cool. What is that? The Fey Crown's Axe. Ooh. What do you mean there are people, Jack? What do you... Same series? Oh, nice. I'm guessing in order to get it, you have to go through... I'm guessing you have to go through, like, the Fairy King, yeah, from Titania, or Titiana, or whatever her name is. There are people on this server. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. There's no bird people. If there was a bird race you could become, Jack, do you think you would play this game then? A knight in black Golbez.
Expect no mercy. To destroy you, I shall bring my all to bear. Come, warriors from beyond the rift.
Titiana Extreme, you get the thingy.
If you would oppose our crusade, then come. But know that none shall deny us operation. This place shall be your tomb.
Oh, there's a fucking asteroid. The fuck?
I will free us from the wheel. Where my Rhine-kissed blades. I will suffer no obstacles. No matter the foe, I will stay the course. Let lightning surge! Such is your power. Come forth, my servant of shadow! With abyssal dark and hero's blade, I bring my people liberation!
Ooh.
Ah!
Oh, that's so extra.
You shall know true terror! Dragon, hear me and obey! Crush them! Bathe them in black flame! My meteors will extinguish your light!
Ah! What's KP?
If you would oppose our crusade, then come! but know that none shall deny us salvation. This place shall be your tomb. I will free us from the wheel. Where my rime-kissed blades, I will suffer no obstacles. No matter the foe, I will stay the course. Let lightning surge! Such is your power. Come forth, my servant of shadow. With abyssal dark and hero's blade, I bring my people liberation.
Alright. So this is the one where we gotta... I gotta get the group thingy-majiggy up and ready. There we go.
You shall know true terror! Dragon, hear me and obey.
The side. And then back away. Oh shit, no, wrong side. And then...
Bathe them in black flame! My meteors will extinguish your light! A raging gale to rend you asunder!
Oh, what the okay. Okay, so bottom, no, damn it. And then this, and then that, and then back away into this corner. There we go.
Look to the heavens for your doom!
Oh, okay, we need to... Damn it, I thought I could...
You wretch!
I'm good. I'm alive. Thank you. I think it was Sash that was giving it to me. Not, I can't see it.
My servant of shadow!
Alright, AoE. Come on.
Let lightning surge!
Lingering Spark? Oh, that's the, Oh, shit. I hit vulnerability 7. You guys are gonna die. Yusa, do you have your enmity?
A raging gale to rend you asunder!
Oh my god, Sash is doing a long cast. Thank you. Hopefully Shit, I don't know the order of operation. This way? This way? Over here? No. God damn you. Be gone! Equilibrium. Damn it. Wait, no, don't go for the healer. Aim for me, you enemy. There we go. There. Oh, the Dark Knight never had his enmity for.
Dragon, hear me and obey. Look to the heavens for your doom.
There we go.
My Rhine-kissed blade.
Oh shit. There we go.
This place shall be your tomb.
Alright, keep an eye on the stone. Oh, the stone's very close this time.
Crush them!
Shadow Crescent.
Render unto me your all!
Do I have an arm's length? Yes, I do. I'll need 3 people. Here, and...
Meteors will extinguish your light! Come forth, my servant of shadow!
Okay, he's doing that again. Don't know which one he's going to be doing.
Lightning surge!
Oh, that's the one with the holes in it. So, here. Shard. Hopefully Sash is still alive. Yep, cool. Work, Sash. Good work.
A raging gale to rend you asunder.
Alrighty, here. If I read that correctly. Yes, I did.
Be gone! Dragon, hear me and obey. Look to the heavens for your doom. Wear my Rhine-kissed blades. This place shall be your tomb.
Oh god, it's like right there.
Crush them! Render unto me your...
Oh, okay, we're gonna need 2. Stay here, stay here.
Meteors will extinguish your light.
Oh, thank Christ I had shields. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Who was it that get... Nope.
Come forth, my servant of shadow! Let lightning surge!
We're almost there. We're almost there.
A raging gale to rend you asunder!
Almost there. Come on. Point 3. Point 2. Point 1. And did it!
My...
Woo! It was at this moment Golbez knew. He fucked up. Thanks to my cake. Hi there, little Incineroar. We did it! Woo! Lantash Violet. Damn it, Grant. GG, bud. Lol.
This is the limit of my defiance.
It's a shame that we, like, wiped on the first attempt there, but, like, at least I understood most of the mechanics, and it was just a case of, like, I just needed to be familiar with, like, one, I wasn't aware that the ice thing was like, oh, one half pushing one direction, the other half pushing a different direction. Then there was the fact that, like, when you had the dragon thingy-majiggy, he would do, like, a slice, you know, as a thingy-majiggy where it was, like, you know, half of it. Positioning. So, yeah. Hi there, Gabby Cosmos. Sorry about the sass in the end, but your co-tank died to every TB. Lol. Not to worry. Thank you so much for being in the trial with me. I greatly appreciate it. I don't like normally. I will be honest with you. Normally, I don't main tank when I'm like in the middle of streaming and what have you. Especially like that's partially because like you know in the 3 years that I went through the thing. Oh my gosh, Sashera only got one accommodation. All right, how many did your boy Zeebs get? I got one. I got one commendation as well. It's okay, Sashera. I think we were like. Thank you so much, Gabby Cosmos, for being in the raid. I really appreciate, or not the raid, the trial. Sorry. Thank you so much for being in the trial. I really appreciate it. I'm sorry. I honestly feel like I could have influenced like the direction of his like slashes or what have you. You know the ones where it's like you know he's doing the big charge up and it's got the short like fuse of like you know showing like what his like you know 50% of the field would like do the wipe or some shit. But yeah, to be honest, White Mage did a ton of work there. The White Mage age probably did do a lot of heals. I noticed there was a few times where it felt like I had a shield as well. Was that White Mage's doing as well, or was that...
At last, the moment is at hand.
Because like, I tried to also make it so that I was doing the group barrier thing, my ability. I tried doing that whenever there was abilities coming up where I was like, okay, we're not going to have like a, you know... We weren't gonna have like a great
battle, but I win the war.
No. God damn it, you. God damn it, Golbez. You do shieldy shields? Okay, cool. So it was you that was doing the shieldy shields. But yeah, I tried doing shieldy shields as well in some of the steps. It went just fine. I just wanted your co-tank to use a cooldown for the dual tank buster. You were tanking it all just fine. Yeah. The thing that I noticed, like, maybe this is... Like, maybe this is just my pet peeve, because normally, whenever I've been co-tank, it's been such a ride on the... It's been such a simple ride for me, but the minute the main tank dies, that's normally when I start panicking, and I'm like, oh boy, oh no, enmity on, provoke, hit, first tank, rampart activated. We were double White Mage, or was it a Sage? Sash was the other healer. Up there in the chat, my moderator, up there, she loves playing Final Fantasy XIV. She has gone through this for a lot longer than I have. She's really close to being mentor. Or she is an amazing... You should go check her out as well. She does all the streaming and what have you.
Of ancient and newborn.
Shout yourself out, Sashera.
Equal shall emerge, one who shall tear down the barrier between worlds.
Oh my god, is he talking about Zodiark?
Upon you, who shall deliver us from eternal damnation, I bestow the name of a hero of Eld. Zeromus, awaken!
Zero miss? Do I have to? Get shouted out.
I don't remember where any of my units are.
Oh, it's the Final Fantasy clip because it's like the one clip you have within the last month.
Oh, this dude, Grant. I'm trying to do memes. Yes,
No matter how powerful, a void scent can be sealed in Memoria.
Ooh, interesting. You're just right at the get-go, saw God, and was just like, and I'm gonna slice it. But yeah, that's me in the corner.
Damn it.
Also, I know
It's
you're
too strong.
You join Final Fantasy, yes? You're gonna join Final Fantasy, the critically acclaimed
Warding
MMORPG?
scales may not hold. Not against a void scent born of Zodiark's ether.
Oh my god. If only you had the Echo like me.
We must retreat. Everyone to me.
And you are right, it is a good clip.
Ankim, Zesk na in an.
Alright, we're back on our moon. We made it back safely, at least. The Abyssal Dark. I'm gonna go for the Heaven's Eye next. The Dark Throne. Y'shtola is relieved to be back in the source. You really did feel bad for the Black Mage doing that for the first time? There's a lot of move... Oh yeah, no, there was a lot of movement. Even with the ability that was like the, oh, let's do the horizontal slash thing, when we were first running through it, and then they did the whole, oh, I'm gonna have my sword, like, you know, get imbued with a dragon and shit, and then they go to do the slash again, I was like, oh, I'm gonna just try and stay close to him, but still, you know, avoid the 50% of the field slash. And then it's like, and then he does it, and then right on the get-go was like, oh, and there's gonna be an AoE right on top of him. And I'm like, wait, what? And I'm just like, blasted in the face. My vulnerability stacks going up to 7 and dying. So, it would have been nice if the Dark Knight had his enmity on, because, like, by the time I got back up and running and fighting, it looked like it was targeting a healer, which, like, that shouldn't happen unless, you know, the tank didn't have the enmity on, and I had to like provoke to get me back up to the top of the enmity because I wasn't doing the damage fast enough. He has the puddle at his feet. It's just like, yeah. So whenever he did the slash, I was like, okay, I'm just gonna run the opposite fucking direction. That was how I did it. In light of this development, that we escaped with our lives is a compliment unto itself. Would that we could have anticipated Azdajar's yearning to return home could be manipulated in this fashion. Alas, we must now contend with a newborn void scent hell's bent on breaching the rift. and one with such prodigious strength. Zeromus is unlike anything I have ever seen, so named for an ancient hero, as Golbez said, though none can say if there is ever a sliver of truth to the legends. Perhaps Golbez chose it in the hopes that his champion will do that which no one could in the Contramatoria, save the world. But a true hero would not damn another world to save his own. And we're not about to let that happen, but regardless, we need to regroup. Loath though I am to admit it, we are in no state to face a void sent of Zeromus's might. Vitra, not least of all, in body and mind both. For now, let us return to Razathan and take stock of the situation. Next time we get Dan to be your co-tank, I will be back online tomorrow. I will be back online tomorrow, and then I'm gonna have to go through, like, you know, the 6.5 or whatever the next patch is, because I'm pretty sure this is, like, the last mission of patch 6.4. So let me have, yeah, so, like, there's 6.5, Growing Light, and from the looks of it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 missions down, there is another dungeon and another trial. It's gonna be great. Grant, might I trouble you to head to Bestway's burrow and appraise Urianger of the situation? You're pretty much 6.5 now. The rest of us shall tend Vitra's wounds before returning to Razathan. Pray join us there anon. Dun, 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 dun. Excellent. Yeah, so this mission so this one will basically have me handing in the mission for Whatsamahuzi. So this should end 6.4 because it's got the same title as the patch, the Dark Throne. And then yeah, then we go on, then we end the stream. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, Grant, thou art returned. I am pleased to say hath been blessedly uneventful in your absence, but more importantly, what of your mission in the void? Heavens forfend, that Azjaja should be used to birth a dreaded void sent born of Zodiark's residual aether. Although we could not have predicted this outcome, there is one small mercy, the void sent containment seal. As we employ the selfsame brands that once imprisoned Zodiark in its creation, the seal should serve to hinder Zeromus. Since I can't find the energy stream, I can't do MSQ offline. Time to log out for now. Flu bug hit me hard today, and I've spent most of it in bed. Look, that's okay, Sash, alright? Whenever you have a virus, your number one thing is survival. It doesn't matter whether you're, like, you know, going through, like, a crazy, like, oh, yes, I'm gonna have, like, you know, the whole 9 yards survival, or you're just barely surviving. The key is survival. Drink plenty of water. Not coffee or cola or even tea. Water. You need to have a bottle of water. A lot of it. So much that soon you're just pissing water again. The shield should serve to hinder Zeromus. Yet for how long, none can say, for our enemy's strength is unknowable, whilst the barrier was erected in haste. Thou shalt rejoin our comrades anon to deliberate measures, yes? Then I shall remain here to maintain my vigil over the seal. Should we observe signs of an impending incursion, rest assured, I shall send word without delay. Go ahead, Ed, my friend. Sorry, you're sick. Please drink water. Rest up. I've had 2 liters today, don't worry. You caught it during annual leave and you took... You caught it... Wait. You caught it during annual leave that you took to play... So you had a day off where it essentially divulged down to... I am going to stay home. I'm going to cuddle in my fun little purple onesie with my bottle of Mountain Dew and my bag of Doritos. I'm going to give Dano a kiss as hello, and then I'm going to sit at my chair all gremlin style playing Dawn Trail as a fun little pictomancer in my fancy glamour. You spend all day like that, and that got you sick. I had to paint like I had to paint a sort of visual. Like, Sash was probably not like sitting all, you know, L from Death Note style with the bag of Doritos and the bottle of Mountain Dew, but, you know, you took a week off to play Final Fantasy XIV, and Dad's dad came home coughing all the way across the whole... Ow. Ow. God damn it. God damn. How dare he. Darnsies. Pants. Ding ding. This is a common occurrence where I catch bugs during your annual leave. You're over it big time. I'm sorry, Sash. I'm sorry you get hit with that kind of like fuckery. The universe seems to just want to laugh at you. The universe has a plan, and the plan is apparently death, as it decides to point at you and just be like illness, avarice, illness, tiny feet. Illness. Tiny feet. I don't know why I cursed you with tiny feet twice as a god. Who knows? God, maybe the god has like a weird thing for tiny feet. It's all good, but heck me, can I not just stream and play Final Fantasy XIV? No, we have already established you cannot. God has a plan, and it's not Final Fantasy XIV, annoyingly enough. Which is why we say, fuck you to God. The devil never told us to do anything besides do what we wanted. What did God do? Fucking passive-aggressive nonsense of like, oh, are you sure you want to do these things with these 10 commandments behind you telling you that they are terrible ideas? And you're like, well, yeah, but, you know, you've kind of like just looked on the wayside. I went for people who did the same thing, but then you punish people who don't do that thing, and then in which case God goes like, oh, I'm sorry, are we comparing sins right now? And then next thing you know, the devil is just sort of like, fuck it, we ballin'. What do you want to do? We're ballin'. Oh, you want to do that? Oh, absolutely. You go right ahead. We ballin'. Ah, Master Grant, we have been expecting you. When the satrap and your comrades returned earlier, I couldn't help but notice that they were in low spirits. I hope it's nothing too serious, but forgive me. You must be eager to join them if you would follow me. Lagasp! Popcat! The first sin was a woman who ate, served, slayed, pottied. She fucking, yep. Snake was just sort of like, hey, an apple of knowledge sounds like a cool idea, right? And then the lady's just sort of like, I don't know. God told us not to. And he's like, yeah, but why would he tell you not to when it's an apple of knowledge? Don't you want to be smart? And then it's a case of like, you know what? Fuck it. Yeah, I want to be smart. Who says I have to keep being dumb?
The cowardly pair of void scent that dwelled in my domain.
Nope. I forgot them. Oh, yep, them too.
And in so doing, he inherited an all-consuming fear of Paparicia.
Put on
For
the
as you
maid
know,
outfit.
when a voidsent is devoured, it doesn't simply cease to be. Its soul persists within the devourer.
Okay.
And when a voidsent dies, all the souls that harbored may break free to become individual entities once more.
That was code, by the way. No, it wasn't. I saw it was you. Don't lie to me like this. I know exactly who redeemed the maid outfit.
That is to say, by defeating Zeromus, we may yet save Ashdaya.
Excuse me.
And to make certain that we do, we must remind her of who she is. When the time comes, you must call to her. Call with all your being.
Popcat, that's called the Bible. The Bible. This says the Bible. You question the words of the mighty Jimmy?
Thou hast my gratitude.
Then it's settled. Our objective is to defeat Zeromus. While it is unsettling that a voidsent could be born of Zodiac's ether, its very nature may render it susceptible to the brands that once contained him. Did Urianger have aught to say? I see. If the seal may not hold for long, then haste is paramount.
Couldn't we just let it come to the source and strike it down here?
Doing so would consign Ashdaya's soul to the ethereal sea. Any attempt to ensure her survival demands that we deal with Zeromus in the 13th.
Yeah, but we're kind of having a hard time.
I could barely go near it.
Yeah.
Never mind land a blow. So thick was the shroud of darkness. How do you propose we fight such a foe?
Simple. Against impenetrable darkness, we must wield resplendent light. And it just so happens, there is a world replete with light.
Oh, the first!
The question of how we will harness that light, you may leave to me.
You just want to see
recent
your
discoveries
boyfriend.
and proven techniques, as well as the aid of comrades near and far, I have faith that we will find a way. But only if I begin my work at once. Rest up while you can, for there will be much to do when I return.
It wouldn't do to be idle while our esteemed sorceress labors tirelessly. I shall be training if you have need of me.
Wait. Allow me to join you. I must become stronger for what lies ahead.
Fine by me. Come on then.
I shall not pass my time wallowing in despair. Using my vessel, I shall attend what preparations I may.
Ashdaya is my sister, and long have I dreamed of saving her. I did nothing. I'm off to work. Alrighty then, you have a wonderful time at work. Ashdaya is my sister, and long have I dreamed of saving her. But if I am to do so, I must be better than I have been. Blessed though I am to have you and yours as comrades, I cannot well ask you to lift me up every time doubt and despair creep into my heart. I won't falter again. This I swear. I will hold fast to my conviction, Grant, and I pray that you will stand with me to the last. Another moon. Ba 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 ba. Meanwhile, on the moon of the 13th...
Zeromus is risen, but not yet at full strength. It will take time before the fiend is able to breach the veil.
You do realize that...
Another moment on this long journey I have endured.
That barrier we co-opted was meant to be able to stop Zodiark. And he had, like, several shards of himself, like, able to do
it.
It
Remains as fresh as if it were yesterday. Old friend, the memory of your passing and the pain.
I knew it! I knew it! The voices sounded familiar.
As I promised you then, I promise you now. They shall sing of Golbez, the hero who shattered the wheel and brought salvation to the world.
Glug, glub, glug, glub, glug.
And there we go. Ooh, hello, lady. Hello. Ooh, so many rabbit girls. How dare you? This is what you do to me? Any hoosies. Alrighty, I am going to return to Limsa Luminsa. I am going to slip into me bed. You win or you die. Nice. The self-care alert throws liquid onto you. Yes. It always has. Alrighty, I'll be hopping offline shortly, and I will need to have a glass of water as well. But that is it for tonight. There is no more whatsamahoozy. So we're gonna go through more of Final Fantasy 14 tomorrow night, and hopefully it'll be the last patch that we need to go through. So that will be absolutely fantastic. Now, it may be the end of the night for me, but if you stick with me, we can go and raid into, we can go raid into the Bellosaurus. Give me one moment, please. Uno momento. Wait, is she still streaming? Wait, is she? Oh, wait, is she? Wait, is she still streaming, or is she? Did she get? Okay, she's been streaming for 4 hours, same as me, so she's probably hopping off, actually. Okay, darn. That's probably why I can't raid into her. Alright. Ooh, but we can raid into Freckles! We're gonna raid into Freckles, everyone. Freckles is working on commissions. you doing some arts? Are they doing some arts? It looks like they're doing some arts. Alright, this is going to be our raid message. Drawing Big Booba, right? And if you've got, like, an Owu expression, I highly recommend you use that. I'm going to use my Owu expression. So that's going to be our raid message. Drawing Big Booba, right? I hope you'll join in with me with that raid message as we go off and, what's Mahuzi? Blah, 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 go raid into Freckles. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. Every time I've been going offline at the end of the day, ever since Monday, I've noticed there's been more and more of you guys sticking around, which is great. I really appreciate it, especially during this time where I'm not telling you when's the next time I'm streaming, other than, like, you know, saying, oh, it's going to be tomorrow and all that kind of nonsense. I will have a proper schedule in the future. And that will be something I'll probably do on Saturday or Sunday I'll work on. But otherwise, I want to say a good morning, afternoon, evening, good night, wherever it is you are. I hope you all have a wonderful time, and I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.